Hello and welcome to a third Overpowered Run for Digimon World. Year 4, Day 13. I have Piximon as my Digimon, but this is a different save file to the save file that I used for my two previous Overpowered runs for this game. I have 99 meats, plus the basic items that Tokamon gives you. My age is 15, weight is 1, happiness and discipline are both in the positive. Virus Gorge is 1 away from being full, HP and MP are over 2000. Defense is 400, speed is 500, brains is 500. More significantly, attack is 999. I have bug as my technique that I'm using, but there are other techniques that have been learnt. All of the earth techniques and air techniques that Piximon is capable of using. So my Tamer level's at the maximum. I've had 7 raised Digimon, don't have any money, medals or key items. Been playing for not too far short of 6 hours. Just a few basic Digimon. Agumon was the Digimon that I started off with, Digivolved to Meramon. No medals, no cards. After Meramon faded away, I then chose the pink egg and started with Yuramon, and at the moment I haven't recruited any Digimon or even left Vile City, so when we leave here we're going to be challenged by the Agumon, and this will be the first recruit that I've done so far. So with Agumon taken care of, I do also plan on battling and defeating Palmon, but apart from that, I don't have any current intentions until Colamon shows up, which is over half a day away. Once I recruit Palmon, it's then a case of me having a bit of time on my hands, which can be passed by working out at the gym. I also take the liberty of collecting the item here, and I also look out for Digimushrooms as well as a happy mushroom. Both of those items are items that can be traded with the Vegiemons in Friesland. It will help with taking steps towards recruiting Vegiemon. When you trade Digimushrooms, you get medium HPs in return, which cost 500 bits to buy. you can trade those medium HPs with a different Vegiemon in exchange for super defense discs, which you can sell for 2,000 bits. So although Digimushrooms seem pretty puny in that they only make your Digimon a bit full and can only be sold for 50 bits, considering you can trade them for medium HPs and then super defense discs, it makes Digimushrooms seem a lot more worthwhile all of a sudden. So if you tell yourself that every Digimushroom that you collect is effectively a medium HP, or better still, 2,000 bits, which can be used to purchase 4 medium HPs, all of a sudden, Digimushrooms don't seem to be quite so worthless. Happy Mushroom gets traded for a hair grower, not of any use in this playthrough. This is an overpowered run where I get to 100 prosperity points while being overpowered for the whole run. So using overpowered Digimon and techniques and having overpowered stats. I have no use for Digivolving to Vegiemon, but the trade has to be done in order to recruit Vegiemon, and I wouldn't be able to get 100 prosperity points without recruiting him as well as all the other Digimon. So I am heading back to the city, but I am also keeping a lookout for Digimushrooms and Happy Mushrooms while I'm at it. And I was very lucky to find a Happy Mushroom there. Happy Mushrooms are not the rarest of items, but they are still pretty rare, I would say. I would say they probably only show up about 5% of the time. So I was very lucky to have found a Happy Mushroom there, and so early on as well. I decide to pass a few hours by training my speed. I also decide to get giant meats from Palmon. Giant meats, they're one of the items that have to be traded with one of the Vegiemons in Friesland. I decide to rest because I don't want to experience tiredness from training at the gym. I don't think getting tired is classed as a care mistake, but it does cause your happiness and discipline to go down pretty quickly and possibly shortens your lifespan as well. I decide to put into the item bank everything apart from my meats and my small HP recoveries. And my first attempt to get giant meat didn't end successfully because my inventory was full. But I was able to get giant meat that time. So got a few more hours which can be used training at the green gym. Just passing time until Colamon shows up, and then I can speak to him to help me across to the tropical jungle, and from there I can go to the Amida Forest, but when I do go to the Amida Forest, it's not just about recruiting Centaurumon, it's also about looting the Amida Forest and getting certain items that are going to be of value to me, with making it up to 100 prosperity points. And I do decide to save before going to the Amida Forest because of the risk of me having really bad luck with the items that spawn. So I save, and I end up having to reload. Reason for that is because I didn't have a great deal of luck in the Amida Forest when it comes to the items that I was after. In the previous 2 overpowered runs that I did for this game, when I explored the Amida Forest, I was after happy mushrooms, well, a happy mushroom, which would be used for a trade with a Vegiemon, also after a high speed disc, another item that would be used for a trade with a Vegiemon, and the final item, moldy meat, used for making a fire Digimon sick in Friesland to help take the first step towards being able to recruit Vegiemon. Now, since I found a happy mushroom in the native forest, I don't need to obtain a happy mushroom from the Amida Forest. But that does still leave a moldy meat and high speed disc. And as well as wanting to collect those items and recruit Centaurumon, I also wanted to make it back to File City on this day and in time to speak to Yuramon about the invisible bridge. Because having recruited Agumon and Palmon, before I returned to the city, I also would have recruited Colamon, Centaurumon and Betamon, bringing my prosperity points up to 7, and you only need 6 in order for Yuramon to mention about the invisible bridge. So I was keen to try and make it back to the city in time to speak to Yuramon, because he's only active during the day, he's not present during the night. And when I carried on after saving and went to the Emitter Forest, it took a long time for me to get the items I was after, and by the time I did get the items, Yuramon was no longer available, so that's why I decided to reload with the intention of trying again and hoping to succeed. And I'm aware that Piximon needs to sleep, and when the clock strikes a new hour, if your Digimon needs to sleep and you don't let it sleep, then that results in happiness and discipline going down. I try to help with this by praising my Digimon just as the clock is striking the next hour. That produces an animation which takes place as the clock strikes the next hour, and it stops your happiness and discipline from going down. You know, it effectively cancels it out. Instead, since you praise your Digimon, your happiness goes up, whereas your discipline goes down, so you still... Your discipline still gets negatively affected, but your happiness goes up, as opposed to your happiness and discipline both going down. It's a case of one goes up and one goes down, instead of both going down. So in Emitter Forest, I always pick the path on the left and then take every turn-in that's available to me until I get near the end. There is a mouldy meat already, that just leaves a high speed disc. Till I get to here, and then what I do from there is determined by which exit is the correct one. The exit on the left I can get to without any difficulty, but since I'm trying to get a high speed disc from the Emitter Forest, I don't want to succeed yet. I don't want to recruit Centaurumon yet, so I had to obviously pick an exit that wasn't right. There's a high speed disc. Now I want the correct exit. It's the one on the right. I have to get shot in order to get to it, but there I get to it, and we've made it through the Emitter Forest, as well as getting a mouldy meat and high speed disc. The exit on the left, that's the easiest one to get to. You can get to it without being shot. If you want to succeed at the Emitter Forest, then you would want that exit to be the correct one. If you want to not succeed at the Emitter Forest in the interest of trying to collect more items, then you would want that to be the wrong exit. If you want the middle exit or the right exit, then that can be done, but it requires you to get shot once. After getting the mouldy meat and high speed disc, I then wanted the correct exit, which was the one on the right, and I had to get shot in order to make it to that exit. So it's about an hour and a half until Yuramon is no longer available, so from here I have to return to the Cola Point to recruit Colamon, and then return to the city and speak to Yuramon about the invisible bridge at Great Canyon. And since I was a bit rushed, I don't look out for Digimushrooms too much, because I was concerned about how much time I had. So I did collect nearby Digimushrooms and did look out for like nearby Digimushrooms, but I didn't get too fixated with searching for them because I was concerned about how much time I had. So from speaking to Yuramon, I'll be able to cross the invisible bridge to the Great Canyon. From there I can go to Friesland, trade, or do some trades with the Vegiemons, including trading all the Digimushrooms that I'll have for medium HPs, and then trading all of the medium HPs that I've got for super defense discs, so that I can sell them and get a fair bit of money. And I also need to go to the Misty Trees through to the Gecko Swamp, defeat Tanemon so that I'll have access to the Volume Villa, go to the secret shop in Gear Savannah and purchase cards which have the combined value of 300 merit points, which can be used to get the Amazing Rod, and then I can use the Amazing Rod to catch black trouts with meats, and then use the black trouts to catch Digi-Sea Basses, and Digi-Sea Basses prolong your Digimon's lifespan, and they will help massively with the next bit of grinding that I have to do. So yeah, I've already done one Overpowered Run where I used Piximon for most of it. And in that run, once I had access to sea basses, I then used them to prolong Piximon's lifespan while then training at the Green Gym until maximising my stats. So I was then able to do most of the remainder of the game with Piximon with 9,999 HP and MP, as well as 999 attack, defense, speed and brains. The second Overpowered Run, I started off with Piximon. I loaded the same save file. But when I started the game, I had loaded the same save file. Like the save file that I loaded for the first Overpowered Run, like the first part of the first Overpowered Run, and the save file that I loaded for the first part of the second Overpowered Run, it was the same save file, but when I made it up to the point where I was to do more grinding, I let Piximon fade away, and I digivolved to Megadramon. I learned Ice Statue, I prolonged his lifespan with Digi-Sea Basses, and I maximised his stats from training at the gym, and then I used Vegiemon for the remainder of the Overpowered Run. In this Overpowered Run, I am going to let Piximon fade away, and I am going to Digivolve to a different Digimon who I'm going to use for the rest of the run once I'm done with Piximon. And I'll need Digi-Seabasses so that I can keep my Digimon alive while maximising my stats. So the main priority with Piximon is to make it to a point where I'm able to catch Digi-Seabasses. I do also recruit some other Digimon while I'm at it. Penguinmon, Sukamon, Biomon, Lepmon, Unimon, and Vegiemon. When Piximon fades away, I have 17 prosperity points. Then it's more grinding, and then with my next Digimon, I make it up to 100 prosperity points, and I have maximum stats for the whole of it. So from here, I'm heading to the Great Canyon, but I'm looking out for Digi-Mushrooms while I'm at it. I think I also look out for Happy Mushrooms as well, just because they can be traded for hair growers, which can be sold for 2,500 bits, so I can make a bit of money from it. And instead of letting Piximon sleep, I choose to keep him awake every time the clock is about to strike a new hour. I praise Piximon to produce the animation. The reason why I'm keeping Piximon awake is because there's a fair bit of stuff that needs to be done, and I don't have long to do these things. I only have until Piximon fades away, and I was concerned about the level of time that I had, so instead of letting Piximon sleep, it occurred to me that I wanted to be making progress during the hours that he would normally be sleeping at. So that's why I choose to keep him awake, so that I can hopefully make all of the necessary progress in time before he fades away. And like with the 2 previous Overpowered runs, this commentary is post. I recorded this run and finished it, and I'm now watching it back while adding commentary to it. So all of the commentary for all 3 of the Overpowered runs has been post commentary. And it's not too many hours until the time that Piximon would wake up at. When we get to within like 1 or 2 hours of the time that Piximon would wake up at. I think I do let Piximon sleep because it's not much time that gets lost, and it also gives me the opportunity to save as well. Because the time that your Digimon wakes up at is always the same, regardless of when you let your Digimon go to sleep. They'll always wake up at the same time. So if you don't let your Digimon go to sleep until a few hours later, they don't wake up a few hours later. They still wake up at the same time that they would have woken up at if you let your Digimon go to sleep at the normal time. And the save file that I loaded when doing this Overpowered Run is different to the save file that I used when doing the 2 other Overpowered Runs, and that wasn't intentional. The reason why that was the case is because I had some difficulties with one of my memory cards, which resulted in me losing the save file that I had with Piximon at the start of the game, the save file that I loaded for the first 2 Overpowered Runs, and I therefore had to start a new game with Agumon and get myself into the same sort of position that I was in when starting the 2 previous Overpowered Runs. And I think everything was more or less the same, and the fire alarm is going off, and I probably have to respond to this. Carrying on, I've kind of forgotten what I was saying. I know I had to start a new game with Agumon to try and get myself into the same sort of position that I was in when starting the 2 previous Overpowered Runs. One difference being that the Virus Scourge is only 1 away from being full, and the reason for that is because when I do the next load of grinding, my intention is to Digivolve to Sukamon as soon as I'm able to, and I'd like to assure you that I'm not doing this Overpowered Run with Sukamon. But that does raise the question of why would I want to Digivolve to Sukamon, and that might give away what Digimon I'm aiming to Digivolve to. The only Digimon that Sukamon can Digivolve to is Etamon. So, all signs would point to the idea that I'm planning on using Etamon for the rest of the Overpowered Run after the grinding. Having said that, I think there is a glitch where if you have, I think, Colamon, and it Digivolves to Sukamon, and you take it to the King Sukamon in Trash Mountain and get it turned back into your original Digimon, which I think is Colamon, then that can result in you immediately digivolving to Mega Seedramon afterwards. But the fact that I'm not even 100% sure if Colamon is the correct Champion Digimon would probably imply that Mega Seedramon is not the Digimon that I'm aiming for, and it would reassure the idea that Etamon is the Digimon that I'm aiming for. But I don't want to reveal anything. You know, I would like for you to wait and see what Digimon it is, even if it is pretty damn obvious. So to get into this position in this Overpowered Run and the two previous Overpowered Runs, I started off with Agumon, Digivolved to Meramon, made sure that my Tamer level went up when I Digivolved, waited for Meramon to fade away, started with the pink egg, so Yuramon and then Tanemon, Digivolved to Palmon and then Vegiemon, made sure that my Tamer level went up when Digivolving to Vegiemon. I did want to Digivolve to Piximon, but I wasn't able to get good enough stats, and so I ended up fading away as Vegiemon, but I started over again with another Yuramon, Digivolved through to Vegiemon, made sure that my Tamer level went up, and every time I Digivolved to a Champion Digimon, I made sure that my Tamer level went up. Reason for this is because when you have a Digimon that fades away, and you then start over again with a new Digimon, a percentage of the stats that your Digimon had when fading away gets passed through to the new Digimon that you start off with, and the higher your Tamer level is, the bigger the percentage of stats that you get. So having a higher Tamer level means that a bigger percentage of your previous Digimon stats gets passed through to your new Digimon. So by having Tamer level at the maximum, I would have better stats when starting over again with a new Yuramon. And when using the green gym, I made sure I used every single piece of equipment at the green gym at least 10 times when having Yuramon or Tanemon. Reason for that is because repeatedly training on the same piece of equipment 10 times, if you have a baby Digimon or in training Digimon, results in the stat boost that you get being increased, and you can do that at all of the pieces of equipment at the green gym. So boost the HP boost that you get when training your HP, boost the MP boost that boost the amount of MP that you get when training MP, and you can do it to all of the pieces of equipment, but you can only do it once, though. You only get the stat boost once for each one. And from having a higher Tamer level and getting bigger stat boosts from using the equipment at the Green Gym, I eventually was able to get good enough stats in order to Digivolve to Piximon, and I trained, when I had Piximon, I trained my brain so that I learned all of the earth techniques that he can do, as well as all of the air techniques. And once I had all those techniques, I then let him fade away, started over again with another Yuramon, Digivolved through to Piximon, maximised my attack, and that pretty much brings us up to where we are now. I think it was when I had Vegiemon for the first time, I did deliberately mess on the floor 15 times so that the virus scourge was only one away from being full. And that obviously explains how the virus scourge is only one away from being full. So I'm currently in the Misty Trees into the Gecko Swamp. I don't worry about trying to get Otamamon to show up here. As you can see, he hasn't shown up, but I don't worry about getting him to show up just yet. Instead, I just go through to the Gear Savannah and get the cards that I'm in need of, and then return to Gecko Swamp and try and get Otamamon to show up, so I can then battle him and then have access to the Volume Villa where I can speak to Shogun Gekomon and get the amazing rod. To elaborate on a couple of things, sorry, my throat seems to be playing up a bit. When Digivolving to Champion Digimon, I said that I made sure that my Tamer level went up. When you Digivolve to a natural champion, I think there's about a 50% chance of your Tamer level going up. But that's, natural Digivolutions, and we're not talking about Digivolving to Sukamon or Numamon or Nanimon. I imagine that if you Digivolve to one of those Digimon, then your Tamer level, if anything, will probably go down. Or might go down. But yeah, if you Digivolve to a natural champion, then your Tamer level can go up. And whenever I Digivolve to a champion, I made sure that my Tamer level went up. If it did go up, then I carried on. If it didn't go up, then I reloaded from when I last saved, and then Digivolved to the champion again. If Tamer level went up, I carried on. If it didn't go up, then I reloaded again, and then I would remember at what hour my Digimon Digivolved, and the hour before Digivolving, I would either praise my Digimon or scold my Digimon, then make it to the next hour, Digivolve. If Tamer level went up, I would carry on. If not, then I would reload again. And then the hour before, I would do something slightly different. So if I praised my Digimon the first time, then I would scold my Digimon the next time. and I would keep sort of changing it slightly, like one praise the first time. If that didn't work, one scold the second time. If that didn't work, one praise and one scold the third time. If that didn't work, two praises the fourth time, etc, etc. And the reason for that is because if you keep restarting and you keep repeating the same actions, then I think the outcome will remain the same. So to try and stop this, I had to make sure that I was doing something slightly different. So that's what I was doing when like praising and scolding my Digimon. I was just changing things ever so slightly, and from repeatedly reloading my, obviously when Digivolving, my Tamer level did eventually go up, and I did that every time so that my Tamer level went up every time, because I wanted to get my Tamer level to the maximum as soon as possible. So we are here at the secret shop. Sell the super defense discs. Sell the hair grower. Sell the medicine. Orange banana. Hold on to the defense chip. A bandage has been reserved for the Unimon in Mount Panorama. So Phoenixmon will get me 100 points. 130, 160, 170, 180, 190, majority of the way there. I do just go through just to check the value of King Sukumon. Looks like it's 30 points, so then I carry on again. So 100 points, 130, 160, 190, 200, 220, 230, 240, 250, 255, 260, 265, 270, 75, 85, 90, 95, 305. So we are there with the 300 merit points, and we have a few leftover cards that can be sold. Yeah, when I got a King of Sukumon card, I wasn't sure if it was worth 30 points or 100 points. So I did check just to see what it was worth, and it was worth 30, not 100. So I explained about the Tamer level. I do double count, and it is 300 prosperity points. As for the brain training to learn all the techniques with Piximon, I did what I call butterfly brain training. Just to elaborate, when you train your brains, when your brains reaches 100, you learn the attack command. 200, you learn the moderate command. 300, you learn the distance and change target commands. 400, you learn the defensive command. And then 500, you learn the enabled technique command. Your Digimon starts off with the auto command, and that's regardless of how low your brains are. And when you train brains, when your brain stat reaches a multiple of 50, which also isn't a multiple of 100, then you can learn a technique, and I think it starts at 150 brains, and then it goes 250, 350, 450, 550, and then I'm not too sure how it goes from there. I don't know if it sort of continues and goes 650, 750, 850, 950, or if you can also learn new techniques at multiples of 100 as well, so 600, 700, 800, 900, or if it's just multiples of 100, so not like 650, 750, 850, 950. I have checked online and I've been told different things, so I'm not entirely sure. But normally, if you were to get your brains up to, say, 350, then in order to have the opportunity to learn another, in order to learn a technique, in order to get another opportunity to learn a technique, you would have to get your brains up to 450. But if you repeatedly praise and scold your Digimon until your happiness and discipline are virtually at the minimum, then you will get what's called the butterfly, which causes your stats to go back down. So if you got your brains up to, say, 350 and then you've got the butterfly, you might get your brain stat to go back down to, say, 340. You can then train your brains again and get it back to 350. So you create another opportunity to learn a technique. And then if you keep getting the butterfly to cause your brains to go back down, then you can keep training again and bringing your brains back up to the multiple of 50, and you keep getting the opportunity to learn techniques. And that's how I learned the techniques with Piximon. I used the butterfly brain training so that I was able to keep getting my brain stat up to a multiple of 50, which isn't a multiple of 100, so I kept getting lots of opportunities to learn techniques, and from doing that it wasn't too hard to learn all of the earth techniques as well as all of the air techniques that Piximon can use. But I was a bit puzzled though, because I was under the impression that Piximon isn't able to learn Hurricane, despite the fact that he can use Hurricane, but he still ended up learning Hurricane, and I was a bit puzzled by that. Because I had been informed that when your Digimon have natures, if your Digimon has just one nature, then that one nature is your Digimon's first nature. If your Digimon has three natures, then it's got one, then obviously it has a first nature, a second nature, and a third nature. And if your Digimon has two natures, then it's got a first nature and a third nature. Piximon has earth and air. Earth has his first nature. Air presumably has his third nature. And your Digimon is better at learning techniques if the techniques that you're trying to learn belong to a type which is your Digimon's first nature. So a Digimon that has fire as its first nature will be best at learning fire techniques, as opposed to a Digimon that has fire as its second nature. And a Digimon that has fire as its second nature will be better at learning techniques than a Digimon that has fire as its third nature. Piximon, having Earth as his first nature, obviously learns Earth techniques the most easily and isn't quite so good at learning air techniques. And I've been informed that if your Digimon has air as its third nature, then it can't learn Hurricane, even if it's capable of using Hurricane. So if Piximon has air as his third nature, then surely he shouldn't have been able to learn Hurricane, but he did still learn Hurricane. So I'm not quite sure about that. Oh yeah, and the game sort of plays up a bit. When going from one place to another, it sort of stops on the loading screen for a longer amount of time, and I was worried about the thought of the game freezing. It looked like the game was playing up, and so I do take the liberty of saving as soon as I'm able to, and then pausing and just checking that my disc is okay. The game doesn't freeze, but it does sort of pause on the loading screens for longer. And it occurred to me that the problem is probably my disc. It is very old and it's not in great condition. So from the Gecko Swamp I went to Gear Savannah, got the 300 merit points, well, cards that were worth 300 merit points, backtracked to the Gecko Swamp, defeated Tanemon, had access to the Volume Villa, spoke to Shogun Geckomon, had the amazing rod, then backtracked to Gear Savannah, recruited a Letmon, and then made my way here to Mount Panorama. Let's see, here I take the initial step towards recruiting Vegiemon, and I then remember that I didn't collect all the items in the previous area. No Various, so I go back. Unimon, he only shows up if you recruit Centauromon first and speak to Centauromon in his clinic. I did that, so Unimon will show up here, and you have to give him an item that will help him, either a HP recovery item, or a medicine or bandage, and possibly some other things as well. I give him a bandage. So he now joins the city, and from here, I make sure I go to the native forest so that the boulders get cleared, the boulders that are blocking the way, the boulders that stop you from getting to the native forest to Mount Panorama. I make sure I clear those boulders by entering from Mount Panorama to the native forest, so that I can then do return journeys no problem. And it occurs to me to go to the city and save, and then pause just to make sure that my disc is okay, because I was concerned about the longer sort of loading times, and I was worried about the possibility of my game freezing. So from here I head back to the city so I can save, and I think I also sort through my items as well. because my inventory can only hold 10 items, so storage is limited. So nothing that I want to sell. The defense chip can go in the item bank and be used on my next Digimon when I'm trying to maximize my stats. Some of the other items can go in the item bank for now. I'll be there in a minute, I'm just in the middle of something. Yeah, spoke to Palmon for giant meat, and then I decide what to put in and what to hold on to. Medium MP can go for now, as can the various, and the giant meats and the defense chip. Then I save, and obviously I reload because I want to, well, I have to reload because I have to stop just to make sure that my disc is okay. And gee, is my HP low? From here, the plan is to go to the Dragon Eye Lake just to catch a couple of fish, which will come in handy for trading with Vegiemon, because there are two types of fish that are needed. So I go to the Dragon Eye Lake to catch one of each type, and then from there I go back through Mount Panorama to Gear Savannah, then from there to the Gecko Swamp. But in Gear Savannah I go the way where I trigger the scene where Leomon rescues Patamon from Goboremon. That's the first step towards recruiting Leomon. Then I go through the Gecko Swamp to Misty Trees, back through to Freezeland, trade the fish with the Vegiemons, as well as trade in the Digimushrooms that I've got for medium HPs, and the medium HPs that I've got for super defense discs. Then I return to the city, and from selling the super defense discs I land myself in a position where I have a fair bit of money for this stage of the game. I would like to apologise about the interruptions. You see, I don't live like independently anymore. Not at the moment. I don't currently live at my own house or my own flat. I am in fact a hospital patient, so I'm a patient on a hospital ward, I have my own room, as do all the other patients on this ward. And there may be the odd distraction that is beyond my control. Obviously, when I was in Friesland, when I was, adding commentary, when I was in Friesland, the fire alarm went off, which I had to respond to. And then when I was adding commentary, when I was in the File City just before saving, there was a knock at my door from the art therapist, because we had art therapy, the art therapy group which I attend, so I had to sort of respond to him just to say that I'm going to be there in a moment. And I then stopped recording commentary and then started adding commentary again afterwards. Because there was the first lot of commentary that I started recording, then I had to pause when the fire alarm went off, and then when I returned to my room I started recording again, and then when the art therapist knocked on my door, I made it up to the bit where I saved in Digimon's house, and then I stopped recording, then went to art therapy, and now I've returned to my room after the art therapy group. Putting the commentary aside and focusing on when I was actually recording, when I was actually playing this game, obviously I stopped because I was worried about the disc. I do still encounter a few problems here and there, but it's not as bad as it was. When I do return to the city after doing... that's annoying, got into a battle. I won't run away from battles though, they lower your happiness and discipline and send you back to... oh, my HP is low. I'm gonna have to use one of these, I'm afraid. So yeah, when I returned to File City after doing the trades with the Vegiemons, my usefulness with Piximon is more or less done, but before he fades away I do get to recruit Vegiemon, because I previously spoke to Tanemon about the plant growing in the tropical forest, and I go there with a rain plant and I recruit Vegiemon, which brings my prosperity points up to 17. Then I just let Piximon fade away. Then I do the next load of grinding, and then I carry on with the Digimon that I'm going to be doing the rest of the Overpowered Run with, having got my stats to the maximum, as well as also getting my money to the maximum, courteous of the Vegiemon money trick. And I also have the techniques that I wanted to learn, just to try and bring you up to speed with what's going to happen. When Piximon fades away, I choose the green egg, Digivolve from Bottomon to Coromon to Gabumon, take him to Friesland, make him sick with the mouldy meat so that I get rescued by Vegiemon. That takes the first step towards recruiting Vegiemon, and all I have to do is return to him with a Digimon that can tolerate the cold, and Vegiemon will join the city. Agumon also digivolves to Numamon, who I take to Toy Town and digivolve to Muncimon. I then speak to the robot Digimon, who unlocks the door that leads towards Muncimon, so that when I carry on with the Overpowered Run after the grinding, I'll be able to get straight to Muncimon, defeat him, which will enable me to recruit Muncimon, and also the spot that Muncimon is on is one of the spots that Tanemon features at, so it will also help with recruiting Tanemon. The Digimon that I continue with, even though it's probably obvious what Digimon it is, I'm still choosing not to specify until you're able to see for yourselves, but I'm sure it is pretty obvious. But the Digimon is a virus type, which means that I can enter Greylord's mansion and recruit my Ultismon, although not all in one visit. Even though I'm going to be using a virus Digimon, I can still enter Ice Sanctuary because there's a skip which enables you to enter Ice Sanctuary with Digimon who aren't vaccine types. Ice Sanctuary, you're only meant to be able to enter it if you've got a Digimon who's a vaccine type, but thanks to a skip, you're able to enter with any Digimon. And when I'm done, the only remaining trades that will need to be done is a Super Carrot, which gets traded for an Omni Floppy, and interestingly, one of the other Vegiemons wants an Omni Floppy in exchange for a Super Attack Disc. So the Omni Floppy that I get from trading the Super Carrot can be used for one of the other trades, which I get a Super Attack Disc for, and then the other remaining trade is a giant meat for an autopilot. I've already got giant meats in the item bank. I'll be able to buy a Super Carrot from Vegiemon, and the Super Carrot trade will get me an Omni Floppy, so I will have all three of the other items that are needed for Vegiemon trades, so that I'll be able to recruit Vegiemon. Yeah, the reason why during the grinding I take steps towards recruiting Vegiemon and being able to have access to Muncimon, it's just so that I can then return from the grinding and do the rest of the game with one Digimon, make it up to 100 prosperity points, and then not have to do more grinding, just so that I can do other things. I've done all the sort of initial requirements so that I'll be able to recruit Vegiemon straight away, go straight to Muncimon, have access to Greylord's mansion as well as Ice Sanctuary. And recruiting Vegiemon also helps with the grinding, because super carrots and hawk radishes, which can be bought from Vegiemon, they boost the like the stat increase that you get from training. Not permanently, the effects only last until you eat something else. But you know, the super carrots and hawk radishes, they'll make training more effective, because they'll enable me to get bigger stat boosts when training, and they also give you more control over your weight as well. Hawk radishes increase weight, whereas super carrots decrease weight. So having Vegiemon recruited will help with Digivolution requirements, because it will make it easier to get required stats, as well as also making it easier to get the required weight, because if you go over the weight, then you can use super carrots to make your weight go back down. And it means that you don't have to not feed your Digimon in order to sort of make your weight go down or stop your weight from going any higher. So by having, you know, super carrots, you can, you know, manage your weight without having to not feed your Digimon, which would count as a care mistake, which could affect the your ambition to Digivolve to the Digimon that you want to Digivolve to. Because there's a few different requirements. There's stats, there's weight, there's care mistakes, and then I think there's a bonus condition which can be a number of different things. It could be the individual Digimon that you've got, it could be happiness, it could be discipline, it could be the number of battles you've had, the number of techniques you've got. And in order to Digivolve to a champion, I think you only have to fulfill 2 of the requirements, whereas to Digivolve to an ultimate you have to fulfill 3 of the requirements. Stats, care mistakes, weight. That should do it, I think. Or maybe you need 3 of the requirements, including bonus condition. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, the simplest way would be to fulfill all the requirements. The bonus requirement can be a number of different things. I don't think you have to fulfill every requirement. I think it's 3 of the 4 requirements, but I don't know if that possibly includes the bonus condition. I think it's just 3 of the 4 requirements in order to Digivolve to an ultimate, and there's no more to it than that, but don't quote me, because I get told, like, when I search online and like read like guides to help me with certain things, you know, sometimes I read different things. Sometimes the information that I'm given can vary. Like one guide will say one thing, another guide will say another thing, and sometimes my own experiences aren't always consistent with what the guides say. And I think I explained in I think it was the second Overpowered Run that I did, I do have problems with like memory and concentration. I do forget a lot of what I learn. Even though you would expect me to be really like clued up, I do, you know, forget a lot of what I learn. I forget a lot of what I know, what I did know. Some of the stuff that I get told contradicts other stuff that I get told, so it's not always easy to know what's right and what's not right. And if you're able to fulfill every requirement for an ultimate, then surely you would Digivolve, but it might be difficult and time consuming to achieve every requirement. I'm pretty sure it's just 2 requirements for a champion, 3 for an ultimate, and that's regardless of the bonus requirement, but like I said, don't quote me on that. It is possible I might be wrong. When I have, during the grinding, when my champion Digimon digivolves to its ultimate form, I think I did fulfill the stat requirements, weight requirements, and care mistakes requirements, but it still didn't digivolve. And then I did one of the bonus conditions, which was battles, and it did then digivolve. So I'm not entirely sure. Some of it's kind of confusing and doesn't always make clear sense. So we are now fading away. You see me pick the green egg, and then it pretty much skips to the next stage where I have the Digimon that I'm going to be using for the rest of the Overpowered Run. And I can assure you there's no prize for guessing which Digimon it's going to be, because I have said things that does sort of point towards the Digimon that I'm going to be using. And I made it clear that I'm going to Digivolve to Sukamon, and there's only one Digimon that he can Digivolve to, excluding Vegiemon, I suppose. But it's not Vegiemon, it's Etamon, as I'm sure you guessed. Digi-C-Basses, autopilots, medicines, portable potties, sirloins. Age 47. Happiness. discipline in the positive, virus gorge is empty. All of my stats are at the maximum. I've got Megalospark and Thunderbolt as my most valued techniques. There are other techniques as well: Spitfire, Warcry, Sonic Jab, Dynamite Kick, Counter, Megaton Punch, Confusion Storm, Hurricane, Wind Cutter, Megalospark, Spinning Shot, Thunderbolt, all of the Earth techniques. Horizontal Kick, Quick Poop Throw, and Skunk Spray. I decide to temporarily take out Thunderbolt. Tamer Level was at the maximum, had 9 raised Digimon, maximum money, 3 medals, 2 of the key items, been playing for over 22 hours. Got a handful of Digimon, the additions being Bottomon, Koromon, Numamon, Sukamon, and Etamon, and Muncimon. The others I think I already had when I started this Overpowered Run. 3 medals, 1 for getting my stats to the maximum, 1 for getting my money to the maximum, 1 for catching 100 fish, card of me, and that's the only card that I've got. And I have to keep Etamon alive with sea basses. Yeah, the reason why I took out Thunderbolt is because of the next battle that I'm going to be having. I do just go to the item shop. You see I've got 99 large recoveries, medium MPs and various ears, got my giant meat, super carrot, ice mushroom, 2 blue apples and a rain plant. My next battle is going to be against Kunamon. He's quite small. He moves around a fair bit. So it occurred to me that Thunderbolt might miss, and so I just have Megalospark instead. That's a faster technique, it's more reliable, it has a better chance of hitting, so I thought against Kunamon it would make more sense to have Megalospark. But I do make changes with the techniques that I use. It's always between Megalospark and Thunderbolt. I don't use any other technique, but sometimes I have just Megalospark. Sometimes I have both Megalospark and Thunderbolt, depending on the Digimon I'm up against. I sort of have to consider like how easy it will be for Thunderbolt to strike them, as well as how easy it is for them to stop Thunderbolt, depending on what attacks they're using. So, with the grinding, as I said before, I Digivolved to Agumon, took him to Friesland, made him sick, got rescued by Vegiemon, Digivolved to Numamon, and I was aware that one of the requirements for digivolving from Sukamon to Etamon is battles. It's a bonus requirement to have a minimum of 50 battles, and Sukamon is not a great Digimon to be winning battles with, and especially if you've only got horizontal kick. So it occurred to me that quick poop throw would come in handy, and because of that, when I had Numamon, instead of taking him straight to Toy Town, I trained my brains in the interest of learning quick poop throw, which I did. I also learnt skunk spray in the process, and the reason for learning quick poop throw was to help out when having Sukamon, and I decided to learn quick poop throw with Numamon rather than have to learn it with Sukamon. And I'm here against Tyrannomon, and I decided to put Thunderbolt back in because Tyrannomon is a bigger target, so he should be easier to hit with Thunderbolt. So I did eventually take Numamon to Toy Town, Digivolved to Muncimon, spoke to the robot Digimon, got the door unlocked, the door that leads towards Waru Muncimon, waited for Muncimon to fade away, started over with a new Digimon, chose the green egg, Digivolved Bottomon, had him mess on the floor, Digivolved to Sukamon, and then with the requirements for Etamon, I wasn't sure about the care mistakes because there was one guide that said no limit, and then another guide that said no care mistakes at all. And by the time I read the second guide that said that 0 care mistakes was the requirement, I had already made care mistakes. So if the requirement was 0 care mistakes, then I didn't succeed at that. Another requirement was for weight to be 15, which means anything between 10 and 20. I was able to fulfill that. I was able to fulfill the stat requirements, and I had help from the super carrots and hawk radishes. They also helped with the weight requirement, and I had 50 battles as well against the basic Digimon surrounding the File City, and I used quick poop throw as the technique to win those battles. After having Sukamon for 10 days, I wasn't able to praise or scold him because of the risk of digivolving to Vegiemon, and I also made it to the end of his lifespan. I made it up to being 15 days old, and I did then have to go fishing and catch Digi-Sea basses and give them to Sukamon in order to prolong his lifespan while I was taking steps towards fulfilling the stat requirements and battle requirements. I have to go through the text with Meteormon slowly, because if I go through it too quickly, it can result in my game freezing. So I had to go through it slowly, but I speeded the video up so that it was okay for you. When I return to Tanemon, he'll join the city, and it will also result in Tanemon spawning where Meteormon was. And if I go back and speak to Tanemon, he'll drop the key item that will enable me to carry 20 items instead of 10. And the main reason why I was keen to come here to the Dino region early on was so that I could get the key item which enables me to carry 20 items. I wanted to get that as soon as possible because it would be really helpful to have the ability to carry 20 items instead of just 10 when going through the game. Naturally, it took a while for me to get the required stats when using Sukamon, because the stat boost that you get from training is poor when you're using Sukamon. I think it's the case with all the Filth Digimon, in fact. Not to mention that when I Digivolved to Sukamon from Bottomon, my stats halved, but I Digivolved as soon as possible so that the loss of stats wasn't as bad. Because if you have 100 HP and you Digivolve to Sukamon, then you only lose 50 HP. But if you have like 1000 HP and you Digivolve to Sukamon, then you lose 500 HP. So, the lower your stats are when you Digivolve to Sukamon, the smaller the loss of stats is that comes from Digivolving to Sukamon. And the battles was the last requirement that I fulfilled, because after having battle number 50, I Digivolved straight to Sukamon, but annoyingly, when I Digivolved to Etamon, my stats ended up going down. When you Digivolve from a champion to an ultimate, normally your stats get better, and certainly that's what I was expecting when Digivolving from Sukamon to Etamon. But when I had battle number 50 and then Digivolved to Etamon, my stats actually went down. When I Digivolved, my stats decreased, and because of that it took an extra long time to max out my stats with Etamon, because my stats were very poor when I Digivolved to Etamon, so it took a long time to train until having maximum stats. Makes sense to finish him off with Megalo Spark. It was only one hit from death regardless of the attack that I used. So where I had to use the gym for a lot longer in order to maximise my stats, I also had to catch a lot more sea basses in order to keep Etamon alive. When I did Digivolve to Etamon, I did still get the life extension that you get when you Digivolve to an ultimate, but I was annoyed about my stats going down. I took out the super carrot and giant meat, which will be used for trades with Vegiemons. Yeah, where I had to work out at the gym for a very long time with Etamon as my Digimon, that's why Etamon in this Overpowered Run was a lot older after the second lot of grinding had been done, as opposed to the previous two Overpowered Runs. In the first Overpowered Run, where I used Piximon for the most part, it didn't take as long to maximise my stats, and so Piximon was younger. When I did the grinding and got my stats up to the maximum, Piximon was younger than what Etamon is. And in the second Overpowered Run, where I used Megadramon for the most part, after the grinding, my Megadramon was even younger than what Piximon was in the first Overpowered Run. But in this Overpowered Run, Etamon is older, and that's just because of how much longer it took to get my stats to the maximum. Mostly down to the fact that I Digivolved to Sukamon, which meant stats being halved. Also meant not being very good at training. And then when I did Digivolve to Etamon, my stats then went down. So the point I'm making is my stats were very poor when I initially Digivolved to Etamon. I decided to use just Megalospark against Vegiemon, even though he's a reasonably sized target. His moves do require him to move about a lot, because they're all close range moves, so he would have to move within close range when attacking you, and he then usually moves back to be within further range. Megalospark and Thunderbolt, I learnt those techniques with Etamon, and I learnt them in battles. It was against the Soulmons in Greylord's Mansion. They used Megalospark and Thunderbolt, as well as Electric Cloud and Giga Freeze. That does mean that I have entered Greylord's Mansion, so the text that pops up when you go into Greylord's Mansion for the first time, you won't see that text when I enter Greylord's Mansion later on for completing the game, but all I did was enter and then go to where the Soulmons were. I didn't collect any of the items or even the mansion key, but just so you're aware, I have been inside of Greylord's Mansion just so that I could learn Megalospark and Thunderbolt from the Soulmons. And I made loads of trips to Friesland as well. Okay, I can't go any further here because Vegiemon says that Etamon's tired, so I return to the city to rest and then go back to the drill tunnel. Yeah, I made loads of trips to Friesland, traded 99 medium HPs for 99 super defense discs, autopiloted back to the city, sold the super defense discs, bought more medium HPs, and kept going like that until I maximised my money. I was able to buy 99 large recoveries, medium MPs and variouses, and I also purchased 99 high-speed discs and traded them with one of the other Vegiemons for medicine. Feeding Digi-Seabasses to your Digimon can make it sick, so medicine is very valuable. And rather than buy medicine from Centauromon for 1200 bits each, I purchased 99 high-speed discs for 500 bits each, and then traded them for 99 medicines, so I was effectively getting medicine for 500 bits instead of 1200 bits, and I tied it in with one of the visits to Friesland where I also traded medium HPs for super defense discs. When I went to Friesland to make Agumon sick and get rescued by Vegiemon, I did go to the Vegiemons beforehand and traded medium HPs for super defense discs. And again, when heading to Toy Town with Numamon in order to Digivolve to Muncimon, I went to the Vegiemons first and traded medium HPs for super defense discs. Every time I went to Friesland, I think I used the route that involved going through Great Canyon, and when going to Toy Town, again I went through Great Canyon, through to Friesland, went to the Vegiemons first for trades, and then went to Toy Town. And from repeatedly trading, I was obviously able to maximise my money and afford the items that I bought. And obviously I'm here now to do the rest of the dirt carrying for Digivolve. Etamon does need to sleep, but I decide to carry on at least until just before reaching the next hour, just so that I can get a bit more work done just before I Digivolve. I sleep, I save, and unfortunately I don't get to go any further because the game sort of freezes when I approach Digivolve. I wasn't expecting it to happen, so naturally I gave a Seabass to Etamon, thinking that I would be continuing. No problem so far, but then the problem occurs when I go back and approach Digivolve. He doesn't turn around, we just stand here, I'm unable to move, so the game is kind of frozen, and I decide to reload. And the dirt pile has gone back to being at its fullest size, but our progress has not been undone, despite the fact that the pile has gone back to its fullest size. Everything seems to be okay this time around, so I give Etamon a Seabass and carry on with the rest of the dirt carrying. And we are almost done. We did the majority of it before sleeping, and we are now done. So if I leave this area and re-enter, we'll be able to access the lava cave, and I put Thunderbolt back in. Meramon is like an average sort of size target. He can move around quite quickly, but his magma bomb and heat laser attack require him to stand on the spot when producing the attack. The only issue really is dynamite kick, where he'll have to move to within range because it's a close range attack, but I decide to have Thunderbolt available anyway, and any problems I can just choose to use Megalospark instead. I do have the enabled technique after all. The battle against Meramon results in the boulders being cleared, the boulders that separate native forest from Mount Panorama, but we've already cleared those boulders, so it's irrelevant in this case. But if you were to battle Meramon while the boulders are still present, then they would be cleared, so you can then go from the native forest to Mount Panorama. He moves, which is annoying. But I finish him off with Megalospark, and we can now explore the rest of the lava cave, which means collecting a handful of items. And it's very important to speak to the Digivolve, who is digging away, because in order to recruit him you have to speak to him, then come back 3 days later and he'll join the city. So the sooner you speak to him, the sooner you get the ball rolling. I unnecessarily gave Etamon a medicine, just because I wanted to be able to collect the medicine that was available. I don't like leaving items unobtained. I do like to collect them. So I sort of used a medicine unnecessarily so that I could collect a medicine. And that's not the only time in this run that I do that. You will see me do it at other times as well. We are able to make it to 100 prosperity points without needing any other Digimon other than Etamon. We just, when we're in Friesland, we just have to speak to Vegiemon and he'll join the city. In Toy Town, we'll be able to go straight to Piximon. Etamon being a virus type means that we can enter Greylord's mansion, and thanks to the skip that I was mentioning, we will be able to enter Ice Sanctuary with Etamon, even though he's not a vaccine Digimon. Ogremon is one of the Digimon that I'm keen to battle. I have spoke to Yuramon about the bandits, so Ogremon will feature in the Great Canyon. Defeating him twice will enable me to recruit Shalmon, whereas defeating him the third time will enable me to recruit Waymon. Shalmon is handy because you have to recruit Shalmon in order to be able to recruit a fair few other Digimon. You have to go to the notice board that Shalmon puts up, and you have to read about there being a lake guardian in order for Seedramon to show up at one of the Dragon Eye lakes, so that you can catch him and then proceed to Beetle Land and catch Kawagumon and Carbalterimon. Although in order to recruit Carbalterimon you have to have recruited Greymon beforehand, because you need the arena, but we have already recruited Greymon, so no issues there. The notice board also mentions about Vegiemon. Well, it doesn't specifically say Vegiemon, but it says about UFO, and from reading the notice and going to Mount Panorama and then going back to the notice once you have a certain amount of prosperity points, and then going back to Mount Panorama, Vegiemon will show up. And the notice board also says about Myotismon's retirement, which you need to see after doing the initial part of Greylord's Mansion, which is what we are doing now. Go through the only door that can be used, which leads to here, and then go through the only other door that can be used, through to the Soulmons that I battled against. Can't take the sirloin. It does later occur to me to force feed Etamon a sirloin so that I can take the sirloin. Then go through here to where the mansion key is, which enables us to be able to get through most of the other doors. You can't recruit Myotismon here and now, you just have to do what can be done initially, and then check the notice board once you have a certain number of prosperity points, and it will say about Myotismon retiring, and then if you return to Greylord's Mansion for a second time, you can then do the next lot of things, which eventually results in Myotismon joining the city, or rather the arena, which presumably means that you have to recruit Greymon first. Not that that's a problem, because we've already recruited him. So since we've got the key, we can now go through this door, which takes us upwards. Flight of stairs here. There are a few other items, and then there's a bit of flooring which you can step on, and you fall down, and then end up in part of the mansion that you haven't previously been in, and that enables you to explore further and find Myotismon. There is another part of the mansion where it's possible to fall downwards and take damage, but it takes you to a bit of the mansion that you already would have had access to, so it doesn't take you anywhere new. Here's another scenario of me having to force feed Etamon a medicine, just so that I can collect a medicine. We find my Ultismon in a bad state. He's lying on the floor. He gives us a refrigerator key, which we use on the refrigerator to find a memo, and that results in there being a sirloin in the Overdale Cemetery, which you can give to my Ultismon. And if you've seen my 2 previous Overpowered runs, then you can probably guess that I'm going to collect 2 of the sirloins. That's what I always do. I do just explore a couple other parts of the mansion first. Yet another medicine. Anyone would think that this mansion is meant to make you sick or something, the amount of medicines that they seem to have. And then we go through here, even though we don't need to, because I just want to show you the trapdoor that you can fall down. Takes us back to here, but you already would have been here. You have to go there first in order to get the mansion key, and the area where the trapdoor was, you need to use the mansion key in order to get into there. So the trapdoor won't take you anywhere new, it will just take you to a part of the mansion that you would have already been to. It's a certainty that you would have to have gone to the area that the trapdoor takes you to before being able to go to the area that contains the trapdoor. So I am now heading to the cemetery, and I'm about to appear in this room where there's 2 different doors, and I use the one that I haven't already used just so that I unlock the door, and now all the doors that can be unlocked have been unlocked, so I no longer have any use for the mansion key. So you pick a sirloin up, and then if you go back into the mansion and then back outside, there'll be another sirloin which you can pick up. If you want to, you can keep entering and leaving until you make it up to 99 sirloins. I choose to just collect 2, give 1 to my Ultismon like you're meant to, then hold on to the other and put it in the item bank, just so that you've got an item that you're not meant to be able to have. Once you give the sirloin to my Ultismon, the sirloin stops spawning, and I don't think there's any way of being able to get hold of any more of the sirloins. So my Altismon's back on his feet. We talk to him. We've done all of the stuff that can initially be done, and we won't be able to make any further progress until we recruit Shellmon, and we also need a certain number of prosperity points in order for the article to feature the article about my Altismon. So we're done in Greylord's mansion for the time being. And we're not far away from the Great Canyon, where we can proceed with the first battle against Ogremon, which sets up the second battle against Ogremon, and then we have the opportunity to recruit Shellmon. And then when you battle Ogremon the third time, you recruit Waymon, a very handy recruit because he can take you to Factorial Town, where you're able to recruit Metal Manemon, Andromon, Guromon, Numamon, and it's also one of the speak to Tanemon at one of his locations. So yeah, it's very good being able to go to Factorial Town, and you can't go there without Waymon, because you need Waymon to take you to Factorial Town. Wasn't that easy? I thought that Thunderbolt would probably be the best choice against Ogremon. I wasn't so sure about the Agumons though. They are small, and they can move around quite swiftly and attack quite swiftly. So as you saw, I used Megalospark against the Agumons in order to defeat them. Rather than use the elevator to go down towards the Ogre Fortress, I do come here and fall off the cliff instead. Reason for that is because when you recruit Angemon, he gives you hints on how to recruit Digimon you haven't already recruited, and there is one quote of his which is actually linked to the cliff that I just fell off. There's one quote, something along the lines of, if you fear danger, you'll lose sight of your goal. You have to be brave enough to try climbing a dangerous cliff at least once. And it's referring to the cliff I just fell off. If you fall off the cliff, like I just did, then the quote will go away. But if you don't fall off the cliff, then I think the quote remains. And I don't want any unnecessary quotes, so I always fall off the cliff just to ensure that I won't be seeing the quote about the cliff. And I do wonder why Agumon would have a hint which only refers to the cliff, and I didn't want to get into a battle. Megalospark might be the best choice against these Digimon. I do wonder if the quote, which is to do with the cliff and the Great Canyon, I do wonder if it's a hint which is referring to Ogremon, since the cliff is near two of the locations where you battle Ogremon, and prior to defeating Ogremon the first time, the only way you can make it down to the lower part of the Great Canyon is by falling off a cliff. You can't use the elevator because there's a rock which has been jammed in it, and if you fall off the cliff, then you can remove the rock from the elevator and you can then use it. And it's probably assumed that the rock was put there by Ogremon to stop people from making it down into the Ogre Fortress. Yes, because of those reasons why I imagine that the quote is actually a hint for Ogremon. In my mind, it makes sense. Run out of infantry space. The prickly pear is not exactly a valued item. Maybe I should have returned to the city after Greylord's mansion and put a load of items into the item bank instead of going straight to Great Canyon, because now I'm in a position where my infantry is full and there's going to be items that I'm not going to be able to collect. I do have one video where I show all of Agumon's hints, and the Digimon that the hints are referring to, or at least every Digimon that I was able to get hints for. I wasn't able to get a hint for Sukamon, and obviously I wasn't able to get a hint for Agumon, since you have to recruit him before you can recruit Agumon. That hint about the cliff, I assigned that hint to Ogremon, and then I had comments from people who I think managed to have a bit of a fiddle with the mechanics, and they did find a couple of hints which were to do with Ogremon, like 2 hints. Wait, well, they were able to find more than 1 hint, so we're talking 2 or more hints, and they were referring to like the different stages of Ogremon, like 1 like figure of speech, 1 to do with like the 2nd Ogremon fight, 1 to do with like the 3rd Ogremon fight, etc. Problem is that when playing normally you wouldn't encounter these hints, because there's other hints that appear first, and in order to recruit the Digimon that those hints refer to, you have to have had the battles with Ogremon, and because of that you end up not being able to see the hints. But these people were able to fiddle with the gaming mechanics, and they were able to produce the hints, and they verified that there was no hint for Sukamon for whatever reason, and obviously no hint for Agumon, since you have to recruit him before Agumon. I choose not to explore the room that's now open where the items are, where there's items available, just because my inventory is full, and I decide that when I return here to speak to Tanemon I can collect the items there and then. So yeah, no hint for Sukamon, and also apparently no hint for Andromon either. Like, there was 1 hint which I thought was referring to both Andromon and Guromon, but apparently it only refers to Guromon, and Andromon apparently doesn't have a hint, as well as Sukamon. And the hint to do with the cliff, that possibly refers to one of the Ogremon fights. Birdremon's a big target who doesn't move much, so I put Thunderbolt in. And then there were other hints that were also to do with Ogremon, but I think you have to fiddle with the mechanics in order to be able to produce the hints. And there are some hints that don't, that can go away before you actually recruit the Digimon that the hint's referring to. One more hit will take care of Agumon, but it gets blocked. And again. And again. Well, let's see Birdramon block this. So yeah, some of the hints don't actually go away when you recruit the Digimon, but they go away when fulfilling like some of the like initial requirements. For example, the hint for Ogremon and Terimon, I think that goes away once you physically make it across to Beetleland. The hint for Leomon, I think, goes away when you obtain the Ancestor Stone. And so there are some Digimon whose hints can go away before you actually recruit them. Because the hint goes away when you do like one of the like initial things, which sort of goes towards being able to make the recruit. But the hint doesn't remain until you... The hint like can go away before you actually recruit the Digimon, so you can be in a position where you don't get any hints from Agumon even if you don't have 100 prosperity points. And then, incidentally, if you don't fall off the cliff, then the hint about the cliff, I think, can remain even if you make it up to 100 prosperity points. So you're in a position where you've recruited every Digimon, but still there's the hint about the cliff. I think that's right. I'm going by my memory here. Anyway, I've now got more space in my inventory. I am able to recruit Shalmon since I backtracked and took the elevator back down into the Ogre Fortress. That will get the ball rolling with Beetleland, Vegiemon, and my Otismon. But we are sort of virtually in Friesland, where there's the Ice Sanctuary. There's also Waymon, the Moldgemons, Frigimon, Garulamon, and then the Misty Trees just beyond. So it would make sense not to go back to the city just yet, and to carry on in Friesland and make any progress that can be made. And it was convenient that Etemon needed to sleep, because that enabled me to save, and I'm glad that I did, because I ended up reloading and carrying on from here. That was because I did a horrendous job at the Ice Sanctuary skip. I just completely failed at it really badly, and then thought, okay, let's reload. And this time around, it's not quite so embarrassing. I do get it in one, as you saw, but don't give me any more credit than I deserve. That was nothing more than the result of luck. I am awful at that skip, and it's only by luck that I got it right on the first try. So don't, you know, give me credit and praise me and think that I'm great at pulling off that skip, because that is not the case at all. I just got lucky, no more to it than that. Agumon is one of those Digimon that you don't have to battle in order to recruit, but recruiting Agumon does still carry a mandatory battle, because there are 3 Digimon that you have to get past, and it's impossible to get past them without battling them, and usually all 3 of them choose to battle you. But that's not a guarantee. I can think of one time when I think only one of them battled and the other 2 ran off, but usually all 3 battle, or at least in my experiences anyway. I do try to avoid these random battles. I mean, it's not like I'm at risk of losing, it's not like I'm afraid of the battles. I just don't want to be wasting time on unnecessary battles. I would rather be making progress and just doing what needs to be done. But I do get into various battles throughout this Overpowered Run, as I did with the 2 previous Overpowered Runs, and that just boils down to me not being very good at avoiding enemies. So now we go into the room where there's the mandatory battle. And 2 of them choose to fight. I was surprised it wasn't all 3 like it normally is. Having battle as my first nature, I did learn Buster Dive there, and I also learnt Tremor in a previous battle. All worthless. I've got no intention on using any of the battle techniques. Just Megalo Spark and Thunderbolt. That's all I intend on using. So running into this thing causes Agumon to come to life. Now you just have to return to where the statue was. You get taken back to here. Then you choose this one, which takes you straight to where the statue was. But you produce the cutscene where you recruit Agumon. You have to re-enter this part of the Ice Sanctuary then comes straight back out. And there is Agumon. So we are done in Ice Sanctuary, and Greylord's Mansion will have no problem entering since Etamon is a virus Digimon. And but Vegiemon and Waymon are the next Digimon that I should be focusing on recruiting. I don't know what you viewers thought of my 2 previous Overpowered runs, if you've seen them. The first one where I start off with Piximon, then use Piximon for most of the remainder of the game, get up to 91 prosperity points, then use Vegiemon for the final 9 prosperity points. And the second one, where I start off with Piximon again, use him for the initial stuff, and then use Megadramon for the rest of the game. And then this one, where I again start off with Piximon, but then use Etamon for the rest of the game. And just focusing on the Vegiemons, I always make sure that it's a specific one that gets recruited. The one that gives you medium HPs for Digimushrooms, I always make sure that him and this Vegiemon are the 2 that I finish trading with first, and then I do the final trade with the Vegiemon just down here, so that this is the Vegiemon that joins the city. The final Vegiemon... oh wait, I got 99 autopilots, so he can't accept the trade. Since I've got plenty of money, I choose to just drop the autopilots, then I can do the trade. When I return to the city, I can just buy more autopilots. So yeah, that's the Vegiemon that I like to recruit. The last Vegiemon that you do the last trade with is the one that joins the city, and the one that just joined there, I always make sure that he is the one that I do the final trade on, because he's the one that I value the least when it comes to trading. So I always do all 3 trades with the other Vegiemons first, because I value those Vegiemon more when it comes to trading. One of them is the one that you can do the Vegiemon money trick on, where you're able to max out your money, and it doesn't take as long as you might think. And then the other Vegiemon, you can get medium HPs for Digimushrooms, you can get a hair grower, a Digivolution item. So I just value those Vegiemon more and make sure I keep them in Freezeland so I can continue to trade with them and recruit the other Vegiemon. And now the third Ogremon battle. So after this, Waymon will join the city, and Ogremon will be at his 4th location in the drill tunnel, but I don't go there just yet. There's other stuff to be done first. So if you viewers have seen my 2 previous Overpowered runs, and if you watch this one all the way through, then I don't know if you have a favourite out of the 3 Overpowered runs that I've done, but I would be very interested in hearing feedback on if there is one that's been more enjoyable than the other, if there's one that's been more fun to watch than the others. I don't know if Overpowered runs is something that you would want me to go further with, using different Digimon, different techniques, or if it's something that you think I should stop doing and do other stuff instead, you know, do other videos for Digimon World. Obviously I would need you to comment and tell me so that I can see your comment and know what your feelings are on the topic. If I think about the Overpowered run where I used Piximon for most of it, I used a Digimon who has Earth as their first nature, and I mostly used Bug, which is an Earth technique. And then the second one, where I used Megadramon, I used a Digimon who has Machine as their first nature, and I use Ice Statue for the most part, which is an ice technique. And then this one, so most of it's will be done with Etamon, who has Battle as his first nature, and most of the techniques that are being used are air techniques. So out of the 7 different natures, that just leaves 2 others, Filth and Fire. I can't say that I've got any intention on doing an Overpowered run with Filth Digimon or Filth techniques. I kind of feel like that's a bit contradictory, you know, trying to do an Overpowered run with Filth Digimon or Filth techniques. Filth Digimon are considered to be the worst, as are Filth techniques, and so I kind of feel like trying to do an Overpowered run using the worst type of Digimon and worst type of technique, it doesn't really have a great deal of logic to it in my eyes. So that leaves Fire, where I suppose if you take it at face value, then an Overpowered run with a Fire Digimon or Fire techniques, it's something that's plausible. I like Meltdown, I like Prominence Beam. You can do a lot of damage with those attacks. It's just a question of what Digimon would I use, because you have to consider Greylord's Mansion, which only Virus Digimon can enter. Yeah, I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know if I should consider any further Overpowered runs, or if I should move on to other sort of challenge. Well, I say challenges. I mean, that's one possibility. I mean, this obviously isn't a challenge because it's an Overpowered run. The only challenge really is the grinding which is like an initial requirement in order to be able to do an overpowered run. I don't know if I should sort of move on from this and do different sort of playthroughs for the game, or if overpowered runs are worth continuing with. I really don't know, and I guess I would appreciate hearing from you viewers if you've got any ideas or preferences on the topic of what do I do next, you know, what do I do in the future. That's just regarding this individual game, of course, Digimon World. There will be others. Wurumunsimon always hides in the small box. That's the one you have to pick. So it's obvious what to do. Pick the big box instead. And be struck by a bomb, and then Wurumunsimon pops out. So, having defeated Wurumunsimon, I have to take the gear that he gives me and give it to the robot Digimon. That results in Munsimon joining the city, and I then have to go back to this room, and Tanemon will be on the spot that Wurumunsimon is currently on. And I have to speak to Tanemon at all of his locations in order for him to join the city. I do have other ideas for other things I can do for this game. Like, one of them is a no items challenge, where I'm not allowed to give my Digimon any items. That includes both inside of battles and outside of battles. So I'm not allowed to give my Digimon any items during battles, and I'm not allowed to give my Digimon any items you know, when we're outside of battles, be it meat, autopilot, medicine, whatever it might be. I am allowed to use the gym. I am allowed to eat at the restaurant. I'm allowed to use items if I'm not giving them to my Digimon. So I'm allowed to use the rain plant to water the Vegiemon plant in order to recruit Vegiemon. I'm allowed to take the Leomon Ancestor Stone so that I can give it to Leomon. I'm just not allowed to give items to my own Digimon. The only thing I'm not sure about is whether or not I should be allowed to use the training manual that Piximon gives you. You don't give that item to your Digimon, but your Digimon does benefit from it, and that leaves me in a position where I'm not sure if that should be classed as... I'm not sure if, you know, that's something that should be allowed or not. I might play it on the safe side and not use the training manual, just so that just so that I don't use it, so I'm protected just in case anybody says that I shouldn't have used it. But that's one idea, a no items challenge, and I would aim to get 100 prosperity points. Another challenge, a low kills run, where I don't aim for 100 prosperity points, I aim to simply defeat Machinedramon, so get the 50 prosperity points so that I can enter Mount Infinity, make it through Mount Infinity, defeat Machinedramon, and it's a low kills run, which would mean defeating as few enemies as possible in battles. So I would aim to play the game in a way where I can make it up to 50 prosperity points while battling as few Digimon as possible. So I would want to utilise recruiting Digimon who can be recruited without any battles needing to take place. And when I do have battles with Digimon, I would want to do it so that I get the highest number of possible prosperity points while having the lowest number of battles. And if I have a battle against multiple Digimon, then each Digimon that I defeat would count as a kill, and so it would be very helpful if I'm able to, if I'm battling more than one Digimon, it would be very helpful if I'm able to get the Digimon to accidentally defeat other Digimon so that they get defeated, but it doesn't count as kills being performed by me. So if, for example, I was to have the first Ogremon fight, then it would be ideal if Ogremon was to defeat both Agumons with his tremor, so that they both get defeated, but without it counting as a kill being done by me. That's just another idea of mine. I haven't explored it too deeply, and I would probably have to in order to try and work out the fewest number of kills that can be done. And here I make the most of the opportunity to battle Ninjamon. The fact that we recruited Moljamon is the reason why Ninjamon has spawned. To get Ninjamon to spawn, you need to have opened up the secret item shop, which means needing to have recruited one of the Digimon that work at the secret item shop. Those Digimon being Numamon, Devimon, Moljamon and Mumemon. I recruited Moljamon, and that's why Ninjamon showed up. And the Shaomon notice board had the article about Myotismon, which means that if we go to Greylord's Mansion, then Myotismon will be missing, and we can encounter Devimon, then make it to the other parts of the mansion that we didn't previously have access to, and we can take on Tanemon and Ogremon and recruit Myotismon. I was talking about things I plan to do for this game, or things that are at least, like ideas that are at least floating in my mind. The no items challenge is something that I'm keen on and have done some practicing for, the low kills challenge is less appealing to me, but I'm not saying that I definitely won't do it. I'm trying to think if there are any other ideas that I had thought of for this game. I know there's another one. It's not really a challenge, it's more just a bit of fun, and that's a vegetarian playthrough where I'm not allowed to feed my Digimon meat or anything that a vegetarian wouldn't eat, so I would have to make the most of food items which are vegetarian friendly. And then another idea is a bit like what I just said, but with fish also being allowed as food that can be eaten by my Digimon. So I wouldn't be allowed to eat meat, but would be allowed to eat fish. But those are not really challenges, they're more just like a unique way of doing the game, a fun way of doing the game. And rather than do it on my own on my channel, I might be more inclined to do it with Ross on his channel. That's providing that it's something that's of interest to him. I come down here and Devimon shows up. I have to go through the text slowly in order to stop the game from freezing, but I speed the video up like I did with Meteormon. Ross and I think it was back in 2017, we started an insectoid playthrough for this game, where the objective is to achieve as many prosperity points as possible while only being allowed to use insectoid Digimon when recruiting Digimon or taking steps towards recruiting Digimon. Being limited to Kunamon, Kawagumon, Carbuterimon and Hercules Carbuterimon. We did make a start on it, and we did do some videos, but then unfortunately we had to pause from it, and we haven't gone back to it, even though it's been years since the last video. And it's not that we were having any difficulty or that we weren't enjoying it, because we were enjoying it. And, we were well resourced when it came to, ideas on the playthrough. The reason why we stopped was because unfortunately I became too unwell to continue recording and gaming, and I at the time had stopped recording and gaming myself, and then it wasn't long afterwards that I ended up being admitted into hospital. This was back in early 2018, and we haven't had the opportunity to return to the insectoid playthrough, and we're not currently in a position where we're able to continue with it anytime soon. While I was in hospital, Ross ended up moving, and he no longer lives in England. He does still live in the UK, not England, and I'm currently a hospital patient. Ross and I haven't seen each other in person for a number of years now, I think it's been. So we're not currently able to see each other in person and therefore aren't able to do any gaming together. We will eventually see each other in person again, and I'm sure that gaming is something that we would go back to, and it is our intention to continue with the Insectoid playthrough, as well as doing other gaming together, but it's just not realistically plausible anytime soon. That's why the Insectoid playthrough came to a halt, and is something that's been left alone for quite a few years. The last upload was probably either 2017 or 2018. I'm only here at the Secret Beach Cave for the Misty Egg, which I will put in the item bank. Has no use in this playthrough, but I do like to collect all of the available items. As well as doing the Insectoid playthrough on Ross's channel, we might consider the vegetarian playthrough that I mentioned, or the one similar but with fish being allowed. I can't think off the top of my head of any other ideas that I currently have for this game. I'm not entirely sure what sort of order I'm going to be going in when it comes to gaming and recording, because I do have an awful lot. I was speaking to Agumon. I think that's Garulomon, Kokatorimon, Monochromon. I do have an awful lot of videos on my computer that need to be uploaded, and it's going to take a long time to upload them all. Bloons Tower Defense, that is something that's going to take a very long time to upload because of the high number of videos that I've done for that game. So although I've got ideas for things I want to record, before I get round to that, I've got things that I've already recorded which need to be uploaded, and I don't want to continue to upload things. I don't want to continue to record things if I'm not going to get the opportunity to upload it until a long way into the future. I don't want to end up with even more unuploaded videos on my laptop. I do want to try and see to all of the videos that need to be uploaded. But when I do get through the backlog of videos that need to be uploaded, then it would be more logical to do more recording. There is some recording I haven't done yet for videos which are going to be uploaded before uploading other videos that have already been recorded. But for the time being, I'm going to be uploading a lot more videos than I'm going to be recording, because I want to get through the backlog of videos that haven't yet been uploaded. I went to Mount Panorama and took the next step towards recruiting Vegiemon. When I have a certain number of prosperity points, I have to go to the Palmon notice board, and it will mention about a UFO. Going back to Mount Panorama will result in Vegiemon showing up and joining the city. Before that, I'm heading to the Dragon Eye Lake, and I wasn't sure of the exact time that Seedramon shows up. I wasn't sure if it was the current hour that I'm on or the next hour. I do make it into the Dragon Eye Lake before this hour ends, and there was no sign of Seedramon, so I then wait for the next hour, which is almost among us, and I leave, re-enter, and then Seedramon does show up. So I just hold on to my bait while waiting to see if Seedramon passes by. This way I can wait for Seedramon without the clock ticking any further. But when I realised Seedramon wasn't showing up, I then left, re-entered new hour, and then I check again for Seedramon. And I see he is there, so now I throw the bait and I wait for Seedramon to take it. The first attempt is unsuccessful because I was too late with pressing the X button, so I go again. Wasn't too slow that time, and I speed up the catching of Seedramon just because it took a fair while. So he emerges. We request friendship. He gives us the blue flute, and he takes us to Beetleland. Isn't Seedramon helpful? And this struck me as a good opportunity to sleep so that I can save the game. And from here we can proceed and we can recruit Agumon and Tenemon. Recruiting both of those Digimon is very much hassle-free. You just have to speak to them and pick the second option for both of them and they'll join the city. But with Tenemon, in order for the second option to be available, you have to have recruited Greymon so that you have the arena in the city. So if you haven't recruited Greymon, then you won't be able to recruit Tenemon until you recruit Greymon, because if you haven't recruited Greymon, then the option that you need to pick in order to recruit Tenemon is not available as an option. Beetleland, it's not a bad place. It's got, you know, some training equipment, and it's pretty effective training equipment. There's a Ogremon who lets you rest, so while you're training you can rest in order to stop your tiredness from becoming a problem. If you've got food items on you, then you can feed your Digimon if it wants to eat. The only downside is I don't think there's a toilet in Beetle Land. So if you were to train in Beetle Land, then either you would need a portable potty or you would have to travel back to the Dragon Eye Lake and then Native Forest and use the nearest toilet, probably the one in Native Forest. So I'm done with Toy Town, and I returned to the city with an autopilot, but I've used Birdramon to get back to the Misty Trees because it is around this sort of time that Kokatorimon shows up. And the absence of Digimon is a good sign. There is Kokatorimon. One of the advantages that some natures have, or some types, whatever you want to call it, is that some types are effective against other types, a bit like with Pokemon. Difference being that this game is less obvious about it. Like with Pokemon, it's well known that the types have their strengths and weaknesses. In this game, I don't think there's anything which states that, some types are more effective against certain types. Some types are more vulnerable to certain types. But even though I don't think it's made clear as such, when you have battles, you will notice that some types are stronger against certain types. Some types are more vulnerable to certain types. For example, I know fire does more damage against insectoid Digimon, plant Digimon, and ice Digimon. I think ice does more damage against fire Digimon. I think air is strong against quite a few types. I think it's strong against machine. I have a feeling it might also be strong against water. Because like water and ice, they're kind of together as the same. I mean, with techniques, there is no like water techniques as such. It's just classed as ice. But I think there are like Ice Digimon and Water Digimon, I mean, they are classed, they're both classed as ice, but I think there are, you know, like Water Digimon as well as Ice Digimon. I think the Water Digimon are vulnerable to air, possibly the Ice Digimon as well, and I have a feeling that Battle Digimon might be vulnerable to air, and that even Air Digimon might be vulnerable to air. But it's hard to say. You know, I can tell from, you know, experience that air does definitely do more damage against machine. When I say air, you know, I'm talking about, you know, the electric attacks, you know, Megalospark, Thunderbolt. And when I was against Woru Seedramon, I did serious damage against him. Now I'm talking about the third Ogremon fight. 3 battles against Patamon, Megalospark to be used. Patamon is a small target. He can move around a fair bit, so I thought better to use Megalospark, more reliable, better chance of hitting him. You know, Thunderbolt, you know, I might miss, so I just thought that Megalospark seemed like the better option. Yeah, I was talking about like strengths and weaknesses. In my experiences, air or electric, whatever you want to call it, in my experiences, moves like Megalospark and Thunderbolt seem to do more damage against Battle Digimon, and also even Air Digimon as well. Although it would seem a bit controversial, air being vulnerable to itself, but in my experiences, you know, things like Megalospark and Thunderbolt do seem to do more damage against Air Digimon, as well as Battle Digimon, Machine Digimon, and Water Digimon. The point I'm making is that air does seem to be more effective against quite a few different types of Digimon. And we have fulfilled the requirement in order for Mount Infinity to be available to us, which means that Ogremon will show up. And I know for a fact that Ogremon has air as a nature, but that's not his other nature, and it's not his only nature. I think he has fire as well. Does he have a third nature? Possibly, I can't think off the top of my head. So there you were able to see for yourselves just how effective Megalospark and Thunderbolt was against Ogremon, as well as various other Digimon, like Tyrannomon, Greymon, Cockatorimon, really effective against them. So the point I'm making is that air seems to be a very good choice of technique when it comes to an overpowered run. And when you've got Digimon who have like multiple natures, and if they've got like more than one nature which is vulnerable to air, then that's all the better. Dramon, I mean, he's got machine, he's also got air and battle. I think at least 2 of those types are vulnerable to air, if not all 3 of them. Yeah, things like Megalospark and Thunderbolt work very well in you know, runs like this, as well as any other run, really. You know, I don't think air is particularly powerful against like insectoid Digimon, you know, plant Digimon. I don't think it's particularly powerful against filth Digimon. I'm not sure about fire Digimon. Well, Etamon has battle, air, and filth as his natures, and air didn't seem to be hugely powerful against him, I have to say. Still, when it comes to like strengths and weaknesses, air seems to be one of the techniques that has like the highest number of advantages, or at least one of them. So the fact that Mount Infinity has been opened obviously meant that I have a minimum of 50 prosperity points. 50 prosperity points is the requirement for Etamon to show up, so I went to the native forest knowing that I would encounter him, and I've also more than fulfilled the requirements in order for Vegiemon to show up and for the Digivolve to have dug through to the Leomon ancestor cave. But I am mindful of the time, because it's only a few hours until the middle of the day, which is where I can make it past the Ogremons who are blocking the way in Factorial Town, the Ogremons who are acting as guards. It's only like not much over 2 hours until the time where I can sneak past them. So I come to Factorial Town, and the intention initially is to try and get Metal Meramon to show up so that I can battle him in time before making it past the guards. So I come here wanting to make it past the guards, but I come early because I was hoping to get Metal Meramon to show up and in time, so that I've got time to defeat Metal Meramon before having to worry about the guards. So I repeatedly enter and re-enter, and I speed it up, just hoping that Metal Meramon would show up, and he does, because there's no Ogremon, which obviously means that Metal Meramon is here instead. We can now focus on making it past the guards and proceeding through to where Yuramon is. If we defeat Yuramon, then that will enable us to battle and recruit Unimon, and then speak to Ogremon, and then later we can recruit Ogremon and Yuramon, and the sewer where you battle Unimon is one of the locations where Tanemon shows up, so be able to speak to him as well when it's time for him to show up. Just wait until we get near the hour, enter, and we can go straight on ahead. Saves us from having to do the initial stuff which you're meant to have to do in order to be able to make it past the guards. You're meant to have to go to the sewer first, see how bad it is, see the state that Unimon is in. I think you then have to speak to Ogremon and then speak to the Ogremons, or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe you have to speak to the Ogremons and then Ogremon. It's been a while since I've done it the proper way, I can't actually remember. But there are some initial things that have to be done, going to the sewer, speaking to Unimon, speaking to Ogremon, speaking to the Ogremon. Alternatively, you can do what I did, which I learnt from the speedrunners. Just enter the area where the Ogremons are usually, on guard. Enter just before midday or just before midnight, and you can just go straight through. Metal Meramon didn't like Thunderbolt and Megalospark, and Yuromon's not going to like it either. His first nature is Machine. I think he has Battle as a nature as well. I'm not sure if he has any other natures. But he definitely doesn't like being hit with electric, I can promise you that. Couldn't really have asked for a better Ogremon fight. So now we have to backtrack, speak to Andromon, then go to the sewer. The sewer will be back in normal condition, how it's meant to be, and then the Unimon will battle you, and out of all the Digimon that you recruit, you know, the ones that you have to battle in order to recruit, Unimon has got to be the most feeble one out there. He is literally easier than the Agumon who you battle at the very start of the game. And it's no surprise that you don't get much money for beating Unimon, 100 bits I believe, but he does drop a MP chip, which if you sell will rake in the best part of 5,000 bits. And I understand that the Filth Digimon aren't meant to be very good, but the Unimon that you battle in the sewer is insultingly easy. I mean, they could have at least given him, say, like 1,000 HP or 2,000 HP, and, you know, make him a bit more powerful all round. I mean, Patamon has 1,000 HP, I think Agumon has 2,000. Nah, Numamon just gets 200. I mean, the Agumon that you defeat at the start of the game, he has 300 or 400. I'm not sure which one it is. It's either 300 or 400. Either way, more than how much Numamon's got. So after defeating Numamon, if we speak to Andromon again, then he will say about recovering data, and he'll ask you to come back later. So I think we are done in Factorial Town for now, but if we return later and speak to Andromon, then we can recruit him and Guromon. And while we're at it, we can go to the sewer and speak to Tanemon. In the meantime, we've got some other things to be doing. When we spoke to the Vegiemon, after gaining access to the lava cave, it was day 19. You have to come back 3 days later, and Vegiemon will be done. So I assume that means that day 22 is when he'll be done. It's currently day 21, but it's we're almost at the time that Etamon wants to sleep at, and if we do sleep, then when we wake up it will be the next day, so we're not far away from being able to recruit Digivolve. Ogremon is at the drill tunnel. The Yuramon Ancestor Cave is available to us, so there's a few things that we can tie in at once if we were to go to the drill tunnel. Before that, it occurred to me that it's around the sort of time that Yuramon shows up for the rematch. I enter, and I see the Snow Agumon, and then I realise that it's not time just yet, but the minute hand has almost struck a new hour, so I wait. Next hour, I then go back into this area, and Yuramon is now here. No resistance from Yuramon. Since we battled Yuramon on the first hour that he shows up at, his HP was only half full. If we had shown up at a later point in time, like a few hours later, then his HP might have been at the maximum. I think it's half full if you come within like the first few hours, and then if it's not until a later hour, then his HP will be at the maximum. Not that it makes any odds for us, because we were never going to have any issue with defeating Yuramon, not with the stats and techniques that we've got. I am now heading to the drill tunnel to recruit Ogremon, and then head to the Yuramon Ancestor Cave, and the hope was that Etamon would end up needing to sleep before we make it to the Digivolve, so we could sleep, make it through until day 22, and then Digivolve would definitely be done. the two Agumons just give up, whereas Ogremon takes a seat and then starts to consider things, and then after talking to us, he decides to join the city. And Etamon does now need to sleep, so we will be able to sleep ahead of speaking to Digivolve. First things first, go to Yuramon's ancestor cave, get the stone which you have to give to him in Gear Savannah in order for him to join the city. This is one of the locations that Tanemon shows up at. We've already spoke to him at the Dino region and Toy Town. We need to speak to him at the sewer, the Yuramon ancestor cave, and the Olga fortress. I imagine that he will already be at Olga fortress as we speak. I imagine we've done the requirements in order for him to show up there. But I imagine that that isn't currently the case with the sewer, and certainly not the Yuramon ancestor cave. When we do speak to Digivolve and recruit him, we can then exit the drill tunnel. We can go to Mount Panorama, and from there we can recruit Vegiemon, as well as trying to get Meramon to show up, and then we can travel to Gear Savannah and recruit Yuramon. And Yuramon, when speaking to him, he's another one of those scenarios where I have to go through the text slowly in order to prevent the game from freezing. There are 4 scenarios in total where I have to go through text slowly in order to prevent the game from freezing. We've already been through 2 of them. Meteormon in Dino region, Vegiemon in Greylord's mansion. The other 2 are one of them I just mentioned, Yuramon in Gear Savannah, and the other is Vegiemon in Mount Infinity. I don't know if it's a problem with my individual disc or my individual version of the game, but if I don't go through the text slowly, then the game can freeze. And when I've seen speedrunners do this game, they don't appear to have any such problem. So it's certainly not a problem with all the copies of the game, or all of the versions of the game. Might be a problem with the version of the game that I've got, or maybe just my individual disc. I mean, my disc is in bad quality. In bad condition, I mean. Alright, now it's time for Mummemon, and it's like with Metal Mummemon, it's just going to be a case of enter in and leave in and repeating the process until Mummemon shows up. And it wasn't that bad. I can think of times when it's taken a lot more attempts. I decided to use Megalospark just because Mummemon is a small Digimon and he uses attacks that do require him to move about a bit. Megaton Punch, Buster Dive. That's 2 of the 3 random Digimon recruited. By random Digimon, I'm referring to Mummemon, Metal Mummemon and Piximon. I describe them as being random because whether or not they show up is random. It's just one of those things, just a small probability of them showing up, probably somewhere between 1% and 5%. Just, you know, enter, leave, re-enter, re-leave, just keep going until they show up. That's pretty much the only way you can do it without using any glitches or abusing any game mechanics. I can think of some people who thought that Ninjamon was also an example, but he's not. He's fixed. You just have to recruit a Digimon who works at the secret item shop in order for Ninjamon to show up. So recruiting Devimon will result in him showing up. Recruiting Mummemon will result in him showing up, as will recruiting Numamon or Moldramon. In our case, in this playthrough, it was Moldramon who we recruited that first worked at the item shop. Since then we have also recruited Numamon and Mummemon, but it's not really relevant. You only have to recruit one of them, which we did, and then we recruited Ninjamon soon afterwards. Like I said, I have to go through the text slowly, but the video's been speeded up so it won't be slow for you. Leomon's joined. The Devimon in Mount Infinity is the only other Digimon that I speak to, where I have to go through the text slowly, and I speed that text. I speed the video up when speaking to Devimon, as I did when speaking to the other 3 Digimon who I had to talk to slowly. I had to go through the text slowly. And I'm now heading back to the drill tunnel so that I can go to Leomon's ancestor cave, and Nanemon is there, So I speak to him for the 3rd time. I still need to battle Piximon, battle him, recruit him. The hardest part is getting him to show up. So I still need to go to the tropical jungle with the intention of encountering Piximon. I still need to go back to Factorial Town, recruit Andromon and Guromon, speak to Nanemon. I still need to go back to the Olga Fortress, collect the items I didn't previously collect, but more importantly, speak to Nanemon. The Nanemon here, plus the sewer and the Olga Fortress, that will be Nanemon recruited. And the 5th time we speak to him, we will get the other key item, which expands our infantry to its largest size and will enable us to carry 30 items instead of 20, which is the current limit. There is, of course, Mount Infinity yet to be done, containing Devimon, Metalgreymon, Megadramon, Machinedramon, Digitamon. Apart from Machinedramon, all of those Digimon can be recruited, and it will also result in Ogremon being recruited, who we've already beaten. And then there, unfortunately, is still the worst part of the game ahead of us. When I say that, I'm talking about the Monochromon shop minigame. That, for me, is the downfall of this game. I don't like it one bit, and it's always the one thing that I dread when I play this game. Having to reach the target profit, not having any control over what Digimon turn up or what they ask for. You have control over what you charge them, but they might not agree. They might leave, and you don't make any money from them. It's just not something that I like to do. Usually I just go there when I have a Digimon I don't really care about, and I sleep and save just outside the Monochromon shop, and then I just work at the shop and just keep trying over and over again until I eventually succeed. So when I wake up, try the shop, don't succeed, try again, don't succeed, sleep but don't save, try again, don't succeed, try again, don't succeed, sleep but don't save, try again, and just keep going like that. From here I go to the tropical jungle with the hope of getting Piximon to show up. Like with Mummemon and Metal Mummemon, I'm just going to enter tropical jungle, leave, re-enter, and just keep on going until Piximon eventually shows up. And I seem to recall having the most difficulty with getting Piximon to show up. I seem to recall having to leave and re-enter more times when trying to get Piximon to show up as opposed to when trying to get Mummemon and Metal Mummemon to show up. I think Mummemon was the least frustrating, followed by Metal Mummemon and then Piximon, but statistically I think the chances of them showing up, I think they're all about the same as each other. I'd say they're all probably under 5%, or a maximum of about 5%. Anything between, say, 1% and 5% is probably about right. I mean, 1% seems a bit too low, but I certainly wouldn't think it's any more than 5%. Even though it's speeded up, you can see how many times I'm entering and leaving and without having any joy. But I keep at it. And we do eventually have success. I thought that Megalo Spark seemed like the best choice of attack since Piximon is small and he does move around quite a bit as well. I thought that Thunderbolt would have the risk of being a bit too slow and inaccurate, so Megalo Spark was my choice of attack. I put Thunderbolt back in because I want to have Thunderbolt available to me for when going to Mount Infinity. I decide to put away any unnecessary items so that I've got more inventory space for when going to Mount Infinity. I I take out the protective floppies. Leave everything else in. Yeah, funny thing is, I took out the protective floppies because I thought that it would be wise to use them against Machinedramon and Digitamon so that I couldn't get affected by any status harm during those battles. But the funny thing is I actually ended up forgetting to use them, so it was kind of pointless taking them out. Yeah, there's a lot of items in Mount Infinity, and my intention was to collect them all. So by putting unnecessary items into the item bank, I had more space in my inventory for collecting the items in Mount Infinity. And by going to Factorial Town first, providing that Andromon and Guromon will join the city, and providing that I've done the requirements in order for Tanemon to show up in the sewer, I will be able to get Factorial Town out of the way before going to Mount Infinity. I speak to Andromon, and the requirements are done in order for Andromon and Guromon to join the city. Tanemon is also in the sewer, so he joins the city as well, and I get the other key item, which enables me to carry 30 items. So I go to Mount Infinity with the ability to carry 30 items, which will help massively with being able to collect all of the items in Mount Infinity and not having the issue of running out of space in my inventory. I do have to go to Mount Infinity twice. Once to defeat Machinedramon, which requires you to also defeat Vegiemon and Ogremon beforehand, and then after defeating Machinedramon you have to return to the room that Machinedramon was in, and Digitamon will be there, who you can defeat and recruit. As for Megadramon, it's up to you. You can defeat him before Machinedramon and then have him join the city after you defeat Machinedramon, along with Airdramon, Vegiemon and Ogremon, or you can leave him until after Machinedramon so that you recruit Airdramon, Vegiemon and Ogremon first, and you can then defeat Megadramon and he joins the city after you defeat him. It's honestly up to you how you do it. As well as, Mount Infinity, there is the Monochromon shop as well, but I intentionally leave that until last. Now it's time to make a start with Mount Infinity. Before I battle Digimon, there is one battle that I do intentionally get into, which isn't mandatory for completing the game, and it's the battle here. I do this battle to take out the Rockmon who's blocking the way to an item. I do like to collect all of the available items in the Mount Infinity, as well as all of the other areas within the game. So by getting into a battle there, we can now get to this item, no problem. And as well as getting into a battle with the Rockmon who was blocking the way, I also involved a couple of the Monochromon lookalikes. They're not called Monochromon, but they do look a lot like Monochromon, so I think of them as Monochromon lookalikes. And yeah, those battles are quite fun because the Rockmon use attacks that are prone to hitting other Digimon, as do the Monochromon lookalikes. So in the battles, Digimon are frequently being hit by other Digimon, and some Digimon hit back. The Rockmon is one example, but there are others as well. You know, some Digimon, when they get struck by other Digimon, they then hit that Digimon back. They're like vengeful. But there are some Digimon who don't. You know, they just turn the other cheek when they get hit. When you've got maximum stats, or not necessarily maximum stats, just good stats, then you know, getting through Mount Infinity shouldn't be too difficult. If you've got more modest stats, then the Digimon in Mount Infinity, like hitting other Digimon with their attacks, could prove to be very helpful, but it's not as much of a big thing when you're able to beat the Digimon easily. Muscle Charge learned, another technique that I'm not going to make use of. It's understandable though, Etamon learning quite a few battle techniques. He does have battle as his first nature after all. I believe there are just 4 Digimon who have Filth as a nature, Sukamon and Numamon, and it's also their only nature. And then Nanimon, he does have Filth as a nature and his first nature, but he also has Battle as a nature. And unlike Sukamon and Numamon, I don't think Nanimon can use every Filth technique. And then Etamon, he's the other Digimon who has Filth as a nature, but not his first nature. In fact, he has it as his third nature. And I think the only Filth techniques he can use are Horizontal Kick and Ultimate Poop Bomb. Yeah, I decide to leave Megadramon for now and defeat him when I return for Digitamamon. I tie in Megadramon with Digitamamon instead of tying him in with the other Digimon when coming here for the first time to battle Machine Dramon. Initially, that battle was going perfectly, paralysing him twice in succession, doing serious damage with Thunderbolt, but then he got me with Buster Dive just before I was able to finish him off, and then the confusion did delay my victory by a bit. Machine Dramon, this Machine Dramon battle would normally be among the top 2 hardest fights in the game. They're pretty much this and Digitamamon, I would say, are the 2 toughest fights in the game, excluding the rematches against Machine Dramon, which I would say are the hardest. But This battle, although it would normally be among the hardest, when you've got max stats and Thunderbolt, it's possible to take down Machinedramon a lot quicker than you might assume. You can do about 1,000 damage, or thereabouts, with Thunderbolt and maxed out stats. More than 1,000 even. 1,500 more, I think. With him taken care of, we now return to the Vile City, not by choice, it's something that happens and you can't do anything about. When I return, I get a medal for defeating the final boss. I also get a Machinedramon card, and if my Tamer level wasn't at the maximum, then my Tamer level would go up as well, but it's at the maximum and therefore can't go up any higher. And then when I return to the game, I can then go back to Mount Infinity and I can recruit Megadramon and Digitamamon, which will leave us with just Monochromon left to recruit. So this cutscene, it's always with the same Digimon. You know, the baby Digimon in Training Digimon, Leomon, Greymon, Dramogemon, Airdramon. That's regardless of whether or not you recruited Leomon or Greymon or Dramogemon or Airdramon. The baby Digimon and in Training Digimon were there to begin with. When you started the game, it was Vegiemon plus the baby Digimon and in Training Digimon. And we've returned to the city. And now I go straight back to Mount Infinity. My reason for not recruiting Megadramon the first time around is because in the room that Megadramon is in, if you defeat Megadramon, then that results in random enemies being in the room that Megadramon was previously in. So if you defeat Megadramon when going to Mount Infinity the first time, then when you return to recruit Digitamamon, there will be random enemies in the room that Megadramon was in, and you would have to avoid those enemies if you don't want to fight them. But if you don't recruit Megadramon the first time, then when you return to Mount Infinity for Digitamamon, there won't be random enemies in the room that Megadramon is in, because you wouldn't have battled him or recruited him, so it would still be Megadramon and no random Digimon. So the reason why I recruit Megadramon the second time, not the first time, is so that I don't have to get past the random enemies that would be in the room if you had defeated Megadramon the first time. I do try to make it past these Digimon, but it ends in failure. I have to battle them. Don't want to run away. Lowers happiness and discipline. Sends you back to the previous area that you were at. And I would still have to get past them when returning. And I do struggle with avoiding Digimon. Yeah, since I struggle with avoiding Digimon, for me it's a lot more helpful if I don't have random Digimon getting in my way in the room that Megadramon is in, and the only way that you can not encounter those Digimon is by not recruiting Megadramon. Once you defeat and recruit Megadramon, there will then be random Digimon in that room. So when I go to battle Digitamamon, I do Megadramon first, then Digitamamon, and then autopilot back to the city. So we are about to enter the room that Megadramon is in. And with Thunderbolt and Megalospark, I can't imagine the battle is going to be too time-consuming. Unless I'm mistaken, that has brought us up to 95 prosperity points. Digitamamon will bring it up to 98. Monochromon will bring it up to 100. Just to go over basics, Rookie Digimon get you 1 prosperity point. Champion Digimon get you 2 prosperity points. Ultimate Digimon get you 3 prosperity points. But there are 3 Champion Digimon who aren't considered to be very good, and because of that they only get you 1 prosperity point. And those 3 Digimon are the 3 Filth Digimon: Sukamon, Numamon, and Nanimon. when you knock Digitamon down when striking him with an attack, he is slow at getting back up, which is annoying because you have to wait for him to get back up before you can attack him again. And when he's paralysed, it's particularly annoying because there's only like so many attacks that you can get in before the paralysis runs out, due to the time that gets wasted since Digitamon is slow at getting back up. I think I would prefer it if, well, possibly prefer it if, like, it was fixed so that every Digimon went down for the same amount of time. You know, it took the same amount of time for every individual Digimon to get back up, instead of having it where it's different for certain Digimon. Monochromon, nothing else. So if we go through, our prosperity points should be 98, and if they are, then the only remaining Digimon left to recruit is Monochromon. If it's less than 98, then that puts me in a spot of bother, because I have to try and think of what Digimon I've overlooked. So it is 98. That does just leave Monochromon. And from here I could go to Great Canyon and try Monochromon. I am entering the Birdra transport. I do have her take me to the Great Canyon. But instead of heading to the Monochromon shop, I instead take the elevator downwards. Reason being is, before recruiting Monochromon, I wanted to go to the back dimension and defeat Machinedramon, so I come here to see if the Ogre Fortress is where the back dimension is, but it's not. So that leaves two other possible destinations. From here I go to Greylord's mansion to see if the back dimension is there. If it's not, then the only other place it could be is Ice Sanctuary. Since this is an overpowered run, I thought that it would be fun to include myself defeating Machinedramon in the back dimension in a rematch, because Machinedramon, when you battle him in the back dimension, I believe that he is the most powerful opponent in the game, the most powerful boss that you can go up against. So I thought it would be nice to include a battle against him in an Overpowered Run, because he's got to be the hardest Digimon to thrash, and by taking him on in an Overpowered Run, it is as good an opportunity as any to try and thrash him. He's not going to like Thunderbolt, he's not going to like Megalospark, he's not going to like the fact I've got maximum stats. So I fulfill the criteria in order to be capable of thrashing him, and since I forgot to use the protective floppies against Machinedramon in Mount Infinity as well as Digitamon, I can use a protective floppy against the Machinedramon in Back Dimension, which is here in the Grey Lord's Mansion. So I have now found the correct destination. I do loot the Back Dimension because I like to collect the items from here, as I do with all the other locations. My efforts to avoid Tekkamon do not end successfully, but it won't take much to defeat him. He's a small target who moves around a lot. His techniques require movement, like Buster Dive, Megaton Punch. So Megalospark was the technique that I chose to use, but when he was paralysed I did use Thunderbolt instead, because obviously he wasn't able to move when he was paralysed, so he had no way of avoiding Thunderbolt. And I also failed to avoid Rockmon as well. Just demonstrates what I was saying about not being good at avoiding Digimon. It's a good thing that I'm able to deal with them in battles. There is still another Digimon who I have to try and evade. That's Tankmon, because he's blocking the way to the last remaining item that's yet to be collected. He's on the move, he's coming down. get to the item without running into a battle, but I still have to get back. But I do manage to avoid Tankmon at least. Now, Machinedramon is tougher this time around, so he won't go down so easily. Instead of having Megaton Punch, he has full power, along with Thunderbolt and or Range Beam, like he did in Mount Infinity. And I think he has better stats this time around, or at the very least, full power enables him to reach better stats. And I do remember the protective flop this time. That didn't go too badly. He did block a few Thunderbolts early on, but I was able to paralyze him a bit. Use my finish, and it didn't take too much to win against him. The Chain Melon that I get can go towards prolonging my lifespan, because if I foul at the Monochromon shop a few times, then time is going to pass on, and I do need to keep Etamon alive. I have Digi Seabasses, but it's nice to have a Chain Melon available, because with that I can ensure that I will at least get through one day, whereas with the Seabasses I'll have to sort of like count the hours. I'll have to work out like how many I have to give him in order to get enough hours. I have to sort of keep track of how many I'm giving him, how many I have given him, how long it will last before he needs more. With a Chain Melon it's just easier to keep track, because if you wake up, give your Digimon a Chain Melon, you will be able to make it up to when you sleep, and then when you wake up you'll need to go back to prolonging your Digimon's lifespan. With Seabasses you get an extra 3 hours for every one you give your Digimon. You typically need 5 or 6 in order to make it up to the point where your Digimon needs to sleep, then sleep, wake up, repeat the process. Now, it would be nice if I could sleep first, that way I could save as well, but it's not time for Etamon to sleep yet, so if I give him some extra sea basses so that I can guarantee that he'll still be awake. I mean, not awake, still be alive after one shift at the Monochromon shop. Then I can do a shift here, so make an attempt to recruit Monochromon. If it doesn't work, then I can sleep, save as well, and then just continue to do shifts. The first try was unsuccessful, but Etamon does now need to sleep. I take him to the toilet first. He is still alive thanks to the sea basses that I gave him. They were enough to prolong his life by an adequate amount. No point giving him a sea bass, because we're about to sleep, and I would lose the effects when he's sleeping. So I give him a chain melon. I'll be able to do 2 shifts at the Monochromon shop before Etamon needs to sleep again. So this is attempt number 2, which also ends unsuccessfully. So take him to the toilet again. Feed him, but feed him a sirloin. I don't need to prolong his life any further at this stage. He'll be able to make it up to when he needs to sleep. So we try for a 3rd time. No joy that time either. So sleep, but don't save as well, just sleep. The Monochromon shop, the shifts last 8 hours. 3 sea basses would give me 9 hours, which is just about enough to see a shift through. Make sure I keep my happiness as full as it can be. And try once again. Goborimon, good customer. Medicine, good choice. $1,500 bits, he accepts it. Profit of 800, best possible start that you can make. But then Gotsumon, not as much of a good customer. I managed to raise the price by 3 steps. With Goborimon, I raised it by 5. Here's another Goborimon, but it's just a meat that he wants this time. I keep the price at the standard for meat. Meat is worth such a small amount of money, it's really not worth splitting hairs over. Portable potty, not bad. I managed to raise it by 3 steps since he wasn't happy when I tried raising it by 4 steps and 5 steps. Weedmon, not my favourite customer. I keep the price at the regular amount after he's not willing to accept when I try to raise the price by 1 step. I try to raise it by 5 steps, but he refuses and storms off. He refuses. Tried raising it by 4 steps, no joy. 3 steps, no joy. 2 steps, he stormed off. With the Goborymons, I would say that I consider them to be the most easygoing customers. I try to raise the price by 4 or 5 steps, preferably 5, when I have Goborymon as a customer. Gotsumon isn't so easygoing. I like to try and raise the price by anything between 1 step and 3 steps. Weedmon is a lot more difficult. I do try to raise the price by 1 step, but I do also keep the regular price as well. And that red penguin is extremely unpredictable. In my experiences, every probability seems to be the same regardless of the price that you offer, so I just try to raise the price by 5 steps every time and just see what happens. Because you can raise the price by anything between 1 step and 5 steps. My aim, Goborymon raise it by 4 or 5 steps, Gotsumon raise it by 1 to 3 steps, Weedmon raise it by 0 to 1 steps. But that's if they're after medicine or portable potties. If they're after meat, I just maintain the same price because of how insignificant meat is. Medicine. Now here's an opportunity. Oh, he accepts. Paid the full price. Now Gotsumon. Also after medicine. If I keep the standard price, I'll reach and exceed the amount of profit that I need, and that actually is the end of the shift, so we just barely scraped through. When I said about like the recommendations, like what I try to do, obviously I do use common sense. Like there, I had a Gotsumon, and keeping the price at the regular was more than enough in order to reach the target. So rather than try and raise the price, it was a lot more logical to just keep the price at the regular, have a much better chance of him agreeing to buy the item, and then you reach the target, instead of trying to raise it and then increase the risk of him storming off. Well, that brings us to the end. We do now have 100 prosperity points, and I don't know what you viewers thought of this overpowered run or my other overpowered runs, but feel free to comment and share your thoughts. This is my third overpowered run for this game. I don't know if I'm going to do any other overpowered runs, or what else I'm going to do, or in what order. But this is the end for now. I hope you enjoyed, and if you watched it all the way through, then I thank you for choosing to devote your time to me. So thank you to everyone, hope you enjoyed, and hope to see you with whatever I do next.